Hey, thank you for joining me. I am just about to start the quest that's going to take me to not Elpis. What am I talking about? To Ultima Thule. So, yeah, let's get started. I suppose this is where we part ways, for now at least. Would that I had sage words of wisdom to share ere you depart. Mayhap the teachings of Valdesian will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred, he said. Look beyond them and there find true strength. What one sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think, but for me it would be the things I cherish most in life, things I believe are worth fighting for.
Stream elements. Thank you for the raid Dizzy_droid_3D. Welcome raiders. Please refresh the page by double clicking on my profile pic or hitting F5, so that Twitch will count you. Stream elements. Dizzy_droid_3D just hosted the stream for one viewer's PogChamp.
Hey Dizzy, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Stream elements. Loki_TPA is now live. Streaming Final Fantasy XIV Online.
The bot's
FFXIV
a little late.
Endwalker MSQ heading into Ultima Thule Trevor Project charity stream.
Okay, back to the quest. Something to consider as you venture under the Sea of Stars. Alright, this quest is not here. It is going to be down there in Labyrinthos. And yay, I now have flying, so makes traveling this zone a lot easier, it's for sure. I probably could have just flown down here. I don't know why I had to the elevator. That was probably a little bit silly.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this is bloody murder. But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a Garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Wow, he comes in, fixed the engine, and now he's calling the whole ship a Garland Ironworks production. Wow, that's arrogant.
Well,
I usually
the work
like
was
Sid
hard,
too.
but we've learned a lot from it. After all, it's not every day you get tasked with building a star-faring vessel. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return. So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
That's its
Well,
name.
seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
We'll call it the teeny tiny boat.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible. From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisois not fought to protect this world, and in so doing, laid down his life. Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The Starship Ragnarok.
Can I get a Hoya?
Okay, those were a random blurt. There's like 10 of them in there. That's just funny that that just happened to be the one that played. And those are actually for points. It's not for bits. So feel free to have fun with that one.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves!
So you're gonna summon a bunch of primals. What could go wrong?
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestways Burrow, the Loperids are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrit's magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Heidelin gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Genius.
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship. In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
I still have my doubts.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Lead the way!
May we have a moment? In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Portable teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem.
Interesting.
Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok.
That's convenient.
There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them.
Are they one-time use? Or can you use them over and over? Because that would be fun
Be
to send
safe,
people back.
all of you, and come back.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go. And Godspeed.
Let's go. Let's do this. would come this way, I will direct you to the bridge. On boarding the Ragnarok, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time to view the scenes in their entirety. Well, since we're just starting, I think we're ready. It is definitely bigger on the inside, like they said. Jeez. Yes, our pilot is sleeping way. He likes to sleep.
Welcome to
Couldn't possibly go wrong.
everyone. I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back. Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
I'm ready, let's go.
So,
Do this.
are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Oh, come on. The burnt out star's got more fire in its belly. Try it again, with feeling.
I'll let Alfredo do the honors of launching us.
Me? But I...
No need to be coy, brother. Do it, and do it well.
If you all insist. Onward unto the distant stars and beyond! Ragnarok, engage!
Engage!
Who else thinks that was a Star Trek reference? Beautiful ship, though. That's for sure. Here come the primals.
That I must carry landwalkers into the sky! I cannot imagine a greater indignity!
Do not sulk so, for thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice. So come, let us revel!
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation. I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
Piece? Good. Sleeping way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch. All right, let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteon, she's likely used Dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Hydaelyn believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
Understood.
K0SS.
Promise to be careful.
Tabbed but busy, sad face, speak soon. K0 Spit.
Hey,
Tabbed
thank you,
but
Chaos.
busy, sad face, speak soon.
I suggest you brace yourselves.
Thank you for the
We're
tabs.
about
Appreciate
to
it.
arrive, and the vessel will shake a good bit. is this?
Trouble.
Something is interfering with the equipment. Greetings. Greetings. Can you hear me?
Ooh, just say her name or say it's her, the bringer of despair. Let's just say her name. See what she says.
So this is Meteon.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost, stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
No. No.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Get her, Yustola. Take that from her.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now. You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end, where those who yet valiantly cling to life can thrive.
By the Fury.
Thancred?
Meteon has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all readings are within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look.
That does sound like him.
Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End. In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell. So, let them bring it to a close, I say. Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Hopefully.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
I can't guarantee it will help in these strange surroundings, but I've readied a provisions note in case of emergency. Of course, if you encounter any real danger here, I expect you to return to the Ragnarok at once. Yeah, probably won't. Let's see, we're fortunate this place can support life, albeit barely, I suspect, given the torpid steel quality of the air. But never mind that, we must find Thancred. Let's begin our search from the prow of the ship. It seems as good a direction as any. Try not to stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. Wouldn't it make more sense to split up as opposed to everyone going to the same spot to look? Could be anywhere. Oh, this is a big ship. It didn't look that big in the hangar. Is that a dragon? I can't target it. What's going on? Oh, it is, but it's in stone. Interesting. There's a living one, though. What is that? A puddle? So weird. Oh, it's down in the ground. What is going on here? Ruins, but of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything? Hold on, let me get my choco out in case I get it tipped. Like this thing burned or got hit with something that melted it. A metallic pillar has been partially melted, likely sometime in the distant past. The damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately. Rather, it calls to mind the indiscriminate destruction often wrought in the heat of battle. Oh, so some kind of battle happened here. Probably with dragons. Would be my guess. Look here, this part is relatively intact. The intricate design of the top suggests it is man-made, though its builders were surely not men as we conceive of them. Having said that, I swear I've seen this pattern before. Dragons? Did dragons come from here? What you got for us, Stinian? I thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings. A poor decision in hindsight. Besides the light from the ship, all is surrounded in darkness. If Thancred isn't here, I'd never know it. From what I can tell, we are near the edge of an island, if you can call it that, surrounded by floating debris. Oh, that is so pretty. Were you able to find anything? As I feared, and still no trace of Thancred. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which, unfortunately, isn't very far. Though I can't help but suspect that someone or something is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close, and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. I think I might see something over there, or I felt it too when I was near that thing. Let's go with that. I don't know if I'm talking about the pillar or the dragon. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We found only more questions when we are in desperate need of answers. There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's port side we've yet to explore. Let us try searching there then. Loki, a word before we join the others. I will speak. Gonna make me come talk to you. Oh, of course. Man, I guess it's good for the Choco. You can get some experience. Needs to level up. You are just joining me, welcome. I have arrived in Ultima Thule and starting the quests here. You see them too, don't you? The dragons. Oh yeah, I just fought one. As I thought, their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgard Stormer and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. Could these apparitions be related to the dragons that now live in Aetheris? Better to leave such conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? Well, they died. Or got trapped here, because those don't look dead to me. Or like shades, or whatever you want to call them. But now we got white dragons over here. What is going on?
dragons. Here.
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
That seems cruel.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh, yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words. Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send, I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade. Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure.
So Thancred made this, but this better not be a journey where most of the
that you draw
regulars
breath
die.
is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
We're already down one.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteion holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
Soul without body, a form of being with which we are not wholly unfamiliar. Indeed, for we existed in a similar state when residing in the first. The circumstances are rather more dire than that, 'tis true, but I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. Regardless, in sacrifice he hath afforded us the chance to prevail. Let us not squander it, and ascertain the nature of this realm that we might confront and defeat Medion. Justinian, Loki, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Mayhap they can enlighten us. I would ask the rest of you to survey the surroundings. If there is a path that may lead us to our quarry, we must find it. Very well. We can reconvene here when everyone is finished. Medion said these dragons are shadows and shade from a world whose denizens sought oblivion. As such, they're not like to be amenable to company, let alone conversation, so please, be careful. Let us split up and gather what knowledge we may. Zelosk. Visitor, not of this star. Could thy slender hands bring plague to our world? Thy breath extinguish life's feeble flame? Oh, how we would adore thee, alas. With time our flesh shall wither, our souls fade, and so we wait for its inexorable march into oblivion. If thou art not come to hasten our demise, I bid thee leave us. We crave not companionship, only silence. As expected. Beyond that distant veil, paradise lost, so glorious, so beautiful. We were a proud and noble race, strength embodied. We knew only love before they came. Metal monstrosities of black and silver, no bonds of blood did they share, nor conviction did they have to guide them. A crushing defeat, never had we known such shame. Stilled now are the winds, though none could feel these wings burdened by ignominy. We fly no more, only sink into oblivion. Oh, let me attune to this before I forget. Because that does happen a lot. Sad to say. Thou wouldst bid me speak? Folly. I observe the lesson of stone. I shall not fly, nor speak, nor roar, only watch and wait, and end. But one sight yet stirreth my blood, tempteth me to rise my voice in lamentation. Am Noel, the cradle of unsung dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the weight to describe such tragedy. Go, if that be thy will, I shall remain. Is this Amno or up there? Like being in a maze without being in a maze. Ooh. Oh, there's still some unhatched eggs. I wonder if they're actually here. They led you here as well, did they? It was described to me as the source of their woes and proof of their end. I think I'm beginning to see why. The hatching ground, or was, I've seen similar on Aetheris. Midgard Stormer's kind must once have lived and thrived in a place such as this. Vitra said his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife. This, then, is the fate of those who remained. Let's have a look around. Maybe the eggs have more to tell of what happened here. Maybe so, maybe so, maybe so. Aww, dead baby dragon. Inside the shattered egg, you find the remains of an unborn dragon. The body has already begun to decompose. The gelatinous, half-dried membrane covering the corpse suggests it failed to emerge. And this is going to be a sad zone, isn't it? A murky liquid has pulled inside the eggshell. The noxious odor is indicative of contamination. Indicative, however you want to say it. Gingerly lifting a large egg from the viscous mire, you peer inside and see a formless mass soaking in a pool of embryonic fluid. Your stomach turns as you return the egg to its nesting place. This egg appears to have been broken from the inside out. Perhaps the dragonet within succeeded in hatching. What's this? I thought all the eggs had been ruined. There's two right there that are not even broken. The dragonet was indeed hatched. There's no sign of it here, or its sire, for that matter. We should look for them. You start with the cliff tops and I'll search the plains. Good idea. Go rescue a baby dragon. But is it actually really here, or is it just another shade? Is the question. Oh, I see a fight coming up. Get ready, my trusty Choco. Oh, it hatched, but it's malformed. The boisterous howling hath been quieted by thy hand, I presume. Everything all right? I thought I heard a dragon, or something resembling one. Ah, I see what happened here. Was that your child? Perhaps. Some eggs within Amnol are indeed mine. If life within one did quicken, the beast thou hast slain may be of my blood. I almost said brood. Yet I do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure, a testament to our shame. Explain. They descended from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them rode war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor we gave answer. 'Twas a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over the star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. Yet when they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. The survivors sought to put away their shame, to rebuild, a futile effort. In purest soil replete with aether did we once cultivate our nesting grounds, but our lands were barren, and any eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. But few survive to hatch, emerge as abominations. We shall have no new progeny. But there are dragons among you capable of journeying to other stars. That there are. Many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home to the harshest rulers, and the arrival of dragons incited contest for supremacy. When the fires faded, the wars lost and won, they too were reduced to ash and waste. 'Tis the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or be conquered. The vicious cycle we now choose to break. We tire of conflict, of everything. We wait now in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait, you claim your kind is doomed, but there is another star. They want only to brood in silence. Be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. The sole reward for senseless bloodshed, a pain I understand, and wish that I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others will want to hear what we've learned. Come on. I'm gonna run over this way real quick if I can and open up this part of the map. There we go. Oh. You're not gonna catch me. So if you are just joining me, welcome. I appreciate you watching. I am starting out with the Ultima Thule quest. I've only done a couple. So just getting into the story here, and already it is extremely sad. Already lost one of our party. And now we're with a bunch of dragons that just want to lay down and die. Were you able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons? Well, there's one over there that's kind of talkative, but they don't want to change what happened. I see. They wish to escape what they perceive as to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Loki. Estinian. As for our part, I believe we were more acutely aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeter of the island to see if there might be a path leading off of it. Sadly, there was nothing to be found. I can't read today. There's no small amount of debris floating around. Could there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us elsewhere? I considered that, and so I tried throwing a stone onto a potential platform to judge its integrity. But it never reached its mark. As it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of this island, it vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. I would not be too quick to presume that what we see outside this space is as it appears. Which is why I returned to the Ragnarok and asked the Loporits to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it too risky to attempt to fly into another island.
You're _Angel_18.
Hey,
Hi
Angel.
Loki Jax Verhard.
What Median told us before, emotions dictate reality here, might be the key. But I'm not entirely sure what emotion might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. So what you're saying is, we've no way forward. At present, it is indeed emotion that governs this island. Perhaps it is not Medions, but the dragons that hold us here. They tire of conflict and have chosen a path of oblivion to escape it. Or rather, they have chosen no path at all, meaning there is no way for the dragons, or anyone here on this island, to advance. A good theory. A sound theory, disheartening though it may be. If that is the case, what recourse do we have? They are not like to be persuaded to help us. Their reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife, without irrefutable proof of the future is not as bleak as they believe it to be. Mayhap persuasion is not the answer. Medion meant to unmake us then and there on the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded if not for Thancred's determination. He conceded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultima Thule, and received it to a degree. Perhaps it can be done again in like manner by overpowering the prevailing emotions. I know how to read, really, guys, I do. 'Twas Ultima Thule's architect, Medion herself, against whom Thancred did pit himself in a clash of wills. Though I marked no leader among them as such, I did chance to encounter a dragon possessed of despair far more potent than most, potent enough, mayhap, to dictate the course for others, and thus their domain to follow. He spoke but few words, carefully chosen, their tone and timbre alone threatening to rend my heart in twain, challenging his desire to remain may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. Alas, I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me not against his calcifying heart, but mayhap one of you will fare better. Then I shall guide thee, I'll end, they call him in the dragon tongue. Thou wilt find him nearby, eyes fixed upon the water. Well, what have we to lose? Let's get going. Agreed, let's go.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
Get him, Estinian.
Waiting to die like all the others, are you?
Aye, our pride is crushed and our souls corrupted. The winds are stilled and the heavens offer no comfort. There is nothing left for our kind. Our long lives a curse as we await the end. Still as the stone we shall become.
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all.
Our kin? On another star? And yet, upon thee do I smell the blood of my brethren. Were they drawn into discord and war on their new home?
They were. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind.
It mattereth not whither we fly. Ever will a sanguine ocean await us. Ever will retribution's wheel turn. And so, on the last of my pride as a dragon, I will break free of this wheel. I renounce conflict, exile myself from the other, never again to be touched by the flames of hatred.
Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it, to stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Estinian!
Stay back!
We tire of war. We tire of turmoil. Dignity tarnished, crimson stained. Our misery, our shame, too much to bear. Release us from war, from life.
This is the emotion that bars our way. The rest is up to you.
No! Not Estinian too!
There's a wind.
He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
Oh, lookout point. Is it just me or does the music sound a little different? Like a little bit clearer, maybe. Interesting. Look there, the wind. This is Estinian's doing. I'm sure of it. We should ride its flow and see where it leads. Powerful gale has delivered you into another island. The other scions should arrive before long. He did it! He found a way forward for us. The dragons remained trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war. Yet Estinian knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. And he's still fighting Alphino, just like Thancred. Their sacrifices are why we can survive here, while we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. True. Alisei is right, we must press on for their sake. Make the little bird pay. As Yistola and Alisei said, we must continue. Notice the change in our surroundings? Perhaps this is the memory of an altogether different world. It would be prudent to learn more of it then. Tread carefully lest we lose our footing in this land. Sand. Wow. My eyes are crossing. Oh, let me move my map down. Oh, that's neat looking. Sand just floating. Can I walk on it? Oh. Boring. Were it not for the violet crystal embedded in its surface, it would appear as ordinary stone. A curious script hath been etched upon them. Alas, it is not a language with which I am familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserve their knowledge in songs and eschew the writing word entirely. So we may assume this is the work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. Medium claimed the dragon's world suffered a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. What life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end. Everyone wants to die. What do you suppose that is over there? That is creepy looking. I'm not sure, it's hard to make out at this distance, but its surface seems to bear the same crystal as this monument. Oh, she's looking at a building. I'm looking at that creature. Meaning there's a chance we may find whoever built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on. Look, it's the other one. Did its head just come off? It did. Creepy. Hollow of the Flesh. Oh, and a ghostly figure. Hail, travelers. This is a most unexpected occurrence. Oh, hello there. Is this your home? Indeed it is. Ah, forgive me, I had forgotten. An exchange of introduction is expected when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted. So let's do that by popping our head off. When the vibration of vocal folds was still required to convey our thoughts and intention, Aya, I believe, was the pronunciation used when referring to our people. Though it is not entirely applicable given our present state, you are welcome to use this appellation. As for nomenclature, to address my individual person, I believe it would be pronounced Kof. We'll just call him Kof. Yes, Kof of the Aya. We have encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. I presume we are having this conversation via the medium of aether or dynamis, as this space is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. I gather your response to my presence is positive then? That is well, for there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourselves, we Aya are aether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are of comparable biological composition to those we once possessed. I have a number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the five senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I have prepared 198,712,180,827. Yeah, no. That's rather a lot, isn't it? Oh, my apologies. I have omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporeal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered a need for the flesh and have endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. Excuse me, reading makes me sleepy. This music isn't helping, I'm sure. And the reason you need to regain corporeal form? Why, to bring it into our existence, of course. Though need is perhaps too strong a word, it would be a simple matter to unmake ourselves through use of etheric sanguinators, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe proper death requires an inescapable sense of impermanence in one's final moments, an experience found only with bodies of flesh. You're incorporeal. You could go anywhere and see everything. Anyway, we would very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions you have to the best of our ability. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well. To ensure a efficacious exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Vacation. Yes, the abode of the Aya, where we traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume you consent to answer questions is indicative of a tacit approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, to be mindful of the Aya wandering the desert. Their desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now if you would follow me. As in, they want to take yours. This is going rather smoothly. Not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. At any rate, we will find no answers dallying here. Let us be on our way. We'll break for Aether Currents, so I don't have to run this hellscape multiple times looking for them. Always makes me feel funny in the stomach when I jump long distances like that. I really did not feel like running all the way down. North. Oh, that is very cool looking water. Northwest, so it's probably right on the edge. It is. There it is. That is an interesting model. Almost looks like it's made out of rocks. Welcome to our abode. Most of our compeers you will find remain idle in their domiciles, though your quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystalline structures hanging from the stone structures there. You say they remain idle, but what of your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question, and understandable given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If, in our idleness, we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue said inspiration to its conclusion. That is why I was present for your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. But while the others are not currently in a modal state, rest assured they would not object were you to disturb their respite. You need only cast your thoughts towards one of the crystalline domiciles to communicate. I have to go talk to 4 of them. You cast your thoughts towards the crystalline domicile, but there is no response. He lied to me. He said they would talk. You wish to speak? Very well. Pray a moment, if you would. Why we seek our end, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment, I must remember. What form did I take when last I emerged? How about just take whatever form suits you at the moment? Oh, is that a spider? Like those rock things? No. No, thank you. Nope. Don't do spiders. Erg. Arg. The strange moaning comes and goes, but soon fades into silence. The crystal's moaning, don't come a-knocking. Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses? No. No, they didn't. I see. If they failed to answer, then it is likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are not but concentrated aether now. Worry not, there are no others who have need of those lodgings, and they will not prove a hindrance to remain as they are. But more importantly, you said some few did answer your request for an audience, yes? I imagine they will be with us ere long. Hoff lingually awaits his brethren's arrival. I had no luck, but everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few Aya have awakened. Ah, there they are. May I introduce you? Lawlak, Dudik, and Nehnij. Been too long, Koff. I dare say Sitter 4 has since completed an orbit. Indeed, until the travelers brought it to my attention, I had noticed how unraveled some had become. Travelers? Oh, of course, of course. The ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. The truth of the matter is plain to see as the neighboring systems, but my single account would fail to satisfy the requirement for scientific objectivity. Thus did I bid them awaken you. Am I the only one who struggles to tell who is speaking? Nay, thou art not. In the absence of corporeal forms and the divergence they afford, mayhap such similarly in voice is unavoidable, such as me not being able to speak. By the way, Cough, have you already observed the requisite custom for the travelers? That which one is expected to do when receiving guests, a matter of proper form? Oh yes, so long has it been, it had completely escaped my mind, and still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. I don't remember either, so my head's gonna pop off. Neither do I. Pity. I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for the answer. Come now, Nee. The archives have long been frozen, lest we subject ourselves to further dolor. Surely you recall that much. Ah, of course, food. The custom is to serve food. Beings of such flesh such as they must regularly replenish their aether. By contributing to their replenishment, we communicate our friendly intention. That's right, that's right. We duly invite you to join us in communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. If we have a chance to learn something, then I see no reason to decline. Excellent. If you would care to follow, we shall feast you on the purest aether. What they're not telling us is they're going to get the aether from the people that have already unraveled. This facility is where we replenish our aether. There's no particular name for it, but we traditionalists sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you would take your place with your comrades, the space will soon be awash with purest aether. Please absorb as much as you like. Can we absorb aether in that manner, or do we have to eat? Guess we'll find out. You brace yourself for a rush of sweet aether, but nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a little longer. You brace yourself again, but again, nothing seems to happen. Just as I had suspected, as meticulously as one might recreate the Aya's home world, this is Ultima Thule. One cannot simply generate aether here. As recreations, our friends are oblivious to this fact, to the very truth of their existence, much like the phantoms of the recreated Emerald. However appearances may seem, we must either be mindful that it is the memories of the dead with whom we deal. So, did you have your fill of aether? Sure. Alas, we couldn't absorb it. Delicacy in our forms, it would seem. Or a deficiency in our forms, it would seem. Delicacy. Wow. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your aether? Through your mouths, you say? How very primitive and quaint. To think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but draw in sustenance besides, such life forms have long since vanished from our systems. Though we regrettably could not partake of your magnificent feast, rest assured we feel your welcome most keenly. In the course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we could not fail but wonder, wherefore do you wish to obtain vessels of flesh, and hence vanish? Will you not favor us with an explanation? You flesh and blood beings are always so hasty. It does have its charm, however. Very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the Aya yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancement. By transcending all limitations, we believed we could eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. From the tangible such as land to intangible such as labor, there exists myriad hindrances to progress, but the most confirming of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressingly middling, you see, too short to enjoy unhurried lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. Thus changed, we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make ever greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations, until we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. We sought to discover how the universe came into being and explain all extant phenomena, and thence predict the future. If we could but achieve this, we believe that we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety.
Corpulent Koala. Hey, how's it going, bro?
Hey, Koala. I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Corpulent Koala. Darth 49, hello there, Darth 49, hello there, Darth 49, hello there, Darth 49, hello there, Darth 49, hello there.
And did you find the answers you sought? Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essential for the continuation of our conversation.
Just got home chillin'.
Cool. If you would learn more, we will share it with you. No, we mustn't.
Corpulent Koala. Damn, I'll try to remember not to spam emotes, lol.
Yeah, what's funny is I've actually selected the option for the bot not to read emotes, but it still does it, so I need to remember to look into that. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms, and their lives readily ended. As those who have gone before, it is not our duty to warn them. Or is it not our duty to warn them? What thinkest thou? We have deliberated and come to a consensus. If you are resolved to know it, we will disclose to you the truth we discovered, the truth of the universe. Seek us at the stone pillars just outside the bounds of the abode, a place called Elegia. A fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what has led to such an enlightened people to this indolent end. Their truth is that they don't have bacon and they're sad. Here we join the Aya. There is one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Loki, Grahatia, might I trouble you for your assistance? But of course. My thanks. We shall head outside the abode, if you would kindly follow me. I know not what mischief you are plotting, Urian J, but I trust you have our best interests at heart. The rest of us shall go ahead to Elijah, lest you worry we won't start without you. Well, you can't, because, my quest. Oh geez, all the way back over there? I'm gonna go grab this crystal. That way I can be lazy and just teleport back. And the Aether Current is actually right there, very close. Barely a detour. Interesting effect in the air. Nope, just because I'm passing through the area does not mean I'm joining that fate. Look, it's another one. It's another one of the other one. Oh, the Choco's gone. Oh wait, it's got legs? I thought it was just floating. That's got little stubby tentacle legs. Aye, this place shall serve. Is it the spring that you wish to investigate? Pray forgive me, my friends, but there is naught to investigate. 'Twas but a pretense to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. As we have established, here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra. They believe themselves yet amongst the living. How doth thou suppose this is possible? Median has taken their hearts unto herself. Median had made contact with them while they still lived. I couldn't begin to guess. I'm gonna say just taking their hearts unto herself. That's my guess. I'm inclined to agree. If Median can take the emotions of others as her own, I dare say she would be able to recreate them more faithfully than had she relied on any historical account. By which logic, she must have visited them while they still lived, the dragons and the Aya both. So did I theorize that, and upon that assumption considered how those two races may have met their demise. According to thine own tale, Median perceived the emotions of those nearby as her own. A heightened sense of empathy intrinsic to her nature as an Enteleki. In the course of her starfaring journey, if she encountered beings who strongly desired a cessation of their existence, she would be powerless before that desire. Even as she possesses the powers to grant it, the power of Dynamis. It was my supposition that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Median did unleash Dynamis and then ushered the dragons and the Aya into their doom. But then she felt guilty, and that's why they're here. Maybe. Awesome. Of course, such was not always the outcome. Full many stars did she find already lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, the fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find the way forward, pray ask yourselves this: in the place where you stand, whose is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? Why do you tell us this now? Never again would I betray your trust. This pledge I did make to my comrades. In bringing thee into my confidence, I would remain true to my word. As for thee, let us consider it my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side, full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. Ask now that thou returnest the favor and abide in faith as I fulfilled my own destiny. If you say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? It is indelicate of me. I know full well, and I can but beg thy forgiveness. Yet even if I must needs go to such lengths, I cannot well feign ignorance of the answer I have found within. The answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? After all that we've been through, I will only say this. Do what you must, and see your conviction through. I shall, my friend, I shall. And are we losing him next? Is that what I'm hearing? Without further ado, then, let us go to join our comrades. This story sucks now. This place is so depressing. Losing everyone. Yeah, I'm just speechless. Let us be off to Elegia. And I'm probably saying that wrong. Most likely. And here is where I am going to be lazy and teleport back instead of running. And the next Aether Current is due east. It seems everyone is accounted for. Shall we then?
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Indeed. Tell us.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not.
The truth of the universe. 42.
We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world.
We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated.
Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age.
In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it.
Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir.
Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering, rather than suffer on. Many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls, though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture.
Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish.
If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the Aeir. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, it is when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all.
But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you, and we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back.
Oh, right. Idolin gave us the ability to use that. Okay, this is a little less depressing now.
For it would mean losing our way forward.
Oh.
This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on, and do not look back.
Okay, now it's depressing again. She is one of my favorite characters.
I shall join you. As subterfuge is not required,
Thou shalt not suffer for mine answers.
Urianger.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled?
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn, alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you, to all life on beautiful Aetheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
This is getting depressing again. I'm down to just 3 people of my companions. My 3 favorite ones, mind you, but still. Don't be sad. Are you all ready to continue on? No, not really. Then let us make for where the light shone. Ishtola and Yuri and Jay have opened the way for us. Pretty sure those are for Aether Currents, but I will come back and get those later. I kind of want to get through this and see the end of the story. Because I have a feeling we're not anywhere near the end. The northeast. I know they wanted to end the Heidelin Zodiac storyline, but I didn't realize they were gonna off all of the important members of the Scions. Jeez. Yes, I can feel it. The aether emanating from the arcane pattern. This is a portal, and no mistake. Let us see where it leads. Oh wow, this is a completely different area. Amazing. Yet another civilization. Attacked as soon as you arrived. Not the most welcoming of places, is it? Nope. We must try to find denizens who are amenable to conversation. We should also get the lay of the land, see how far we can go. I'll help Afana with that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for friendlier folk. Apart from hostile beings, take care with your footing. I mislike the look of this terrain. Not knowing what the locals are like, you'd best take care yourselves. We'll find you once we've finished exploring. I expect the toads will seek the outermost bounds of the isle, so I propose we search the central area. There are machines patrolling here and there, sentinels in all likelihood. Like those you encountered, they will most likely, or certainly attack any who venture too close. But don't get close. So let us avoid them and look for others that appear more approachable. Oh, where am I now? There I am. You see naught but patrolling machines in the area. They do not seem inclined to non-violent intercourse. But I see an aether current. Oh. I'll have to just make my way around there. Oh no! More angry bots. Look, Loki. The machines here do not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. Begging your pardon, but we are searching for the denizens of this star. Unknown life forms detected. Assigning generic label interplanetary travelers. Can't speak. Greetings and welcome to the planet. Blip bloop. The planet? What? Could you please repeat that? It appears your hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue. It may be translated into yours as Alphatron. Our people, meanwhile, are called the Omicrons, and you stand within one of our outposts. The Omicrons, you say, and what is it that you do here? We are preparing for war. I wonder if these are what attacked the dragons. As we presently do not have a designated target, you have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you will be taken into custody and or terminated. Not a little frightening, these Omicrons, but at least they seem to be forthright. I will see what else I can learn from this fellow. If you could try speaking with the others. Or send me on the errand. Bleep bloop. Autonomous weapon deployment complete. Vanguard armament upgrade complete. Munitions levels satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment nominal. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness. Greetings, traveler. When venturing outside the outpost, beware malfunctioning units. They do not heed Sir's commands and indiscriminately attack all non-Omicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, be advised that Sir is the alias of Stigma 1. Sir issues instructions to our forces as the foremost of the 6 strategic matrices that bear the designation Sigma. Measuring combat capability, result negligible, subject falls outside targeting parameters. Greetings, traveler. We are the Omicrons and our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest to acquire combat data and resources. Hi, Choco! Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating the homeworld of the beings, whose strength was said to be without parallel, the dragons. Yet through the endeavor, yielded a great, Yet though the endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. A subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred exceeded the gains. Getting all tongue-tied. See, it even happened saying that. You learned a few things. Well, so did I. Here we share our findings, however, I believe it's best to step outside the outpost. Come with me. Ah, there you are. We finished surveying the area. This will come as no surprise, but there was no way forward. There were portals like the one we used to get here, but those that worked only sent us to isolated isles. Then as before, we must locate the embodiment of the emotion that bars the way. What of yourselves? Did you find anyone to speak with? A few people, actually. So the Omicrons seek to advance themselves through conquest. Following their victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign. But their leader has yet to issue new commands, and so they wait. Yeah, I think we just said that. In such a place, who could it be that fits Urianch's description? The soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others. Urian J said this. During our investigation, before we joined you in Elegea, however you want to say it. Elegea is probably right. But that's the way of it. Why couldn't he just say it to all of us? Given what we know of this place, it's certainly a curious state of affairs. While the dragons in the Aya longed for death, the Omicrons longed for conflict. As much as that may lead to destruction, it must be considered a distinct desire. In order to find the source of the dominant emotion, I believe we should seek out their leader, this Sir. According to M032, the first Omicron with whom we spoke, there is a console by which we might communicate with it. M032 is also added that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in itself, I believe is worth investigating. What do you say? Say, let's go. Get this over with. So, the console we seek lies on the far side of the Sile. Given the nature of the ground, the route may not be entirely direct as it seems. Let us all watch our step as we make our way. Like either current quests, which won't do yet. We'll need to finish Thafnir. Oh my gosh, I didn't even touch the moon. I've only got 4 more to locate that are out in the open, so I know where the 4 quests are. The last quest will probably be... Wait, that's at east, over there. Let's go get that real quick. The quests are usually easy, but this far into the MSQ, I would rather finish the MSQ and get it out of the way, and then gain flying after. I mean, the story has been amazing. I'm just depressing, this zone. I'm not enjoying that part of it. But overall, it has been an amazing story. Ah. Wow, look, wow, am I getting them all right here and right now on the way? Get this quest done? Certainly looks that way. And the music seems to have gotten louder. I haven't messed with my sound. This appears to be the console, but it seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? Sure. You tried touching, smacking, and attuning with the console, but there is no response. No luck, I see. Well, you're standing right there, of course. But there must be a way to activate it. There must. That probably takes one of the machines, since it's a machine console. Would be my guess.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
Blow it up.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough. But if we can't even activate it...
When in doubt, go for destruction.
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. The significance of these details may be lost on you now, but they lead me to believe this was the home world of Omega. I speak of the ancient weapon, the one which the Alliance unleashed upon Shinru. I will spare you the long story, but according to the records I read in the future, it possessed a single weakness. Lightning.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
Yes, absolutely. Have at it. Let me just stand way back.
Here I...
Like on the other side of the island.
It worked!
Opening connection to communications module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic Matrix Signal 1 now online. As a primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you. Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply.
That is really pretty. I like that.
End transmission. Closing connection.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
I agree.
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Let us focus our search on the outpost. LSA and I will try speaking with the Omicrons this time in the hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Graha could observe them from a distance. These beings are systematic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, it shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, then let us begin at once. As we came this way, I believe I spied a promising vantage point. Follow me. Oh. Can't go that way. There's a lookout over there. I'll go grab that real quick. Lookout points give experience, so I switched to one of my other jobs while I cut.
Corpulent Koala. Darth 49 hype it, Darth 49 hype it.
How's your day been, Koala? You having a good one? Game's gonna make me fight. Ah. Hit him, Choco. Tried to hit me.
Corpulent Koala. Corpul toast, Corpul toast. Corpulent Koala. Sorry bro, I know my emotes are strange, lol.
That's okay.
Corpulent Koala. I like toast, what can I say?
Hey, bread is the most evil of all inventions. Search base Omicron for errant Omicrons. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out, target an Omicron and examine it with the left mouse button. Trust me, at the beginning of the pandemic, we learned how to make bread, and the Omicron is speaking with Alpha Node, though you can't hear the conversation, all appears otherwise normal. We learned how to make bread, and so, yeah, that was very evil. Very, very evil. Got a robot that has the zoomies. Where did it go? Oh, dang it, it's moving too fast. It's like, get back here. The Omicron wanders around ceaselessly as if lacking a clear objective. Found the one I'm looking for. My spouse made homemade apple butter the other day using our Instapot, and it is very good. Oh, he said an Omicron wandering aimlessly. Where? Ah, I see it. It must be thunder now. My dog just clambered under my desk. Poor little thing. It's left the base. Let's follow it. Yes, let's get some answers. I should be able to jump over those gaps instead of having to run around. Southeast, so that way. Oh, there it is. Good thing I checked before I got too far away. I want to get these out of the way. All I have left to do are the quest ones once I'm done with the story. Now off to go capture that wandering Omicron. Went into a teleporter or something. It's not here, but it definitely came this way. It must have used that portal. Time to go through and see what we find. Oh geez, those are big. Over this way. Oh, there he is. M017. Hello. What is your query? I'm not falling for that. Ah, you found it. What are you doing here? I'm sorry for the background noise of the motorcycle. I am looking at the tree. Quite an unusual specimen. What is the device attached to it? The tree is a sample collected from another star, as it cannot survive in our environment. However, it requires life support. That is the function of the device. Go to such lengths to sustain it. Is there something special about this tree? Being foreign matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves. Like we did countless others, we conquered the star whence this tree came. It is the last remnant of a dead world, and there is nothing towards which it may aspire, yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Well, for one, it's a plant, it's not sentient. Why was it made to behave in such a way, and to what end? I do not understand. I see. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness. So, it was acting outside of orders, and you let it go. Perhaps it is simply a malfunctioning Omicron. There are by no means uncommon. Or these are by no means. But it may also be a unit possessed of the ability to make decisions, one not unlike Sir. I believe this bears further investigation. I believe you're right. Let's go. To endeavor to live even if we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, Loki, one day when this adventure becomes a part of your epic, do you think I will be mentioned in it? Probably, since you are a major part of Shadowbringers. Oh, that would be the snarky response. But I'll go with, of course, why wouldn't you be? You truly think so? That would be a... Nay, I shouldn't say such things until the moment comes to pass. Never mind the embarrassment. Well, we had best get on with our task. Tracking down Sir and understanding the nature of the emotion which bars our way. We should return to the outposts for now. The others will wish to hear about the errant Omicron. Yeah, I'll meet you there by way of... Whoa. This is what I'm talking about. I forget to get the damn crystals all the time. Now I actually have to run back. Dang it. I mean, it's not a far run, but still. I could have saved time and been lazy.
Stream elements. Thank you for following Scythe and Alexia, smiley face. Scythe and Alexia. Another ultra-wide warrior, it seems XD.
Hey, thank you for that follow, appreciate it. Yeah, I have a widescreen. I love my monitor. Raha says you found a suspicious Omicron. That's good, because the units here were of no help. They all had the same thing to say about the Extended Operations Unit, that there's no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that served to prove that it's business as usual at the outpost. But enough about us. Tell me you learned something more useful. I did. He's watching a tree grow. An Omicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. None of the others were even a fraction as philosophical. This unit may well be in a position of leadership, perhaps even one of those that comprise Sir. As we know, the Omicrons invade other stars and enhance themselves using the spoils of conquest. With the technology at their disposal, they should be able to alter their bodies, be it in part or in whole. Setting aside the question of motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omicron's body, I see no reason why it would not be possible. Reading is so difficult, it seems. The problem is how to go about ascertaining if that's what happened. When I attempted to probe further, it promptly ended the conversation. If it is indeed Sir, I doubt it would willingly reveal its true identity. I have an idea. Let's hit it with lightning. Oh, close. We use lightning on the console again, but we make it stronger, much stronger. At that moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction that would suggest that it has a connection to Sir? Oh, very smart, very smart, very smart. An inspired idea. I dare say it is worth a try. I had a feeling you'd be on board. This time you must allow me to do the honors. I will stand guard in case your incantation draws sentries to the scene. For my part, then, I will approach our suspect and divert its attention. During which time, Loki, I want you to observe it closely for anomalous behavior. Okay. I should mention that, shortly before you returned, an Omicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, it headed off towards the console. At first I assumed it was a unit on patrol, but perhaps that could only be our errant Omicron. We must seek it out and begin our operation at once. Well, let's go! Alright, Afano and I will stand by at the console. When it's time, I'll unleash a veritable storm. This will work, I'm sure of it. After all, our comrades are watching over us. Come, my friend, let us find this doubt-plagued Omicron. Gotta run! Run. And run past to try and lose aggro. There it goes. It all resets. You're the one that was observing the tree, are you not? Well, glad I am to find you again. I have a question for you, you see, about the device which sustains the tree. Provided it does not necessitate the disclosure of restricted information, very well. Raha has begun distracting the Omicron. Soon, Alisaie will strike the console with lightning. Observe M017 closely for anomalous behavior after Alisaie has cast her spell. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out, target an area, and confirm it with the mouse button. I'm standing right here. This is silly. An anomaly, you say? Performing diagnostic. Error confirmed. My connection to Central Command is suffering from intermittent failures. I must leave at once and present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility. You will excuse me. No, you get your butt back here. What you need, my friend, isn't maintenance, it is to confront the truth. While we spoke, our comrade struck the console used to communicate with Sir. That is the cause of your anomaly. You are connected to Sir, aren't you? Busted! Affirmative. To what end you sought to assert this fact I do not know, but before we speak further, we must move away from the other units. I do not wish for them to know my true identity. Very well, our friends are at the console, let us head there.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Stigma 1. It was my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving my prime function. This body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own, and with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always look as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies. Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star. But even then, we did not feel secure. For we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own, Civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme. We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
Sounds like it.
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy are spent. For I have no path to offer them. None.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them...
Oh no, not Graha.
I want you to make me a promise. Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end.
You say it, I'll do it.
Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you, properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will. If you would humor me a moment. When we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Were you able to determine an answer?
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not prescribe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unalike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink, of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end.
The song is evolving. Got words now. They all leave so easily as if it's nothing. How do they think we feel? Very upset. The next time we meet, I'll give him such a flick, and that'll just be just to start. Okay, everyone, thank you so much for watching. I have thoroughly enjoyed this story, although it has been extremely sad and upsetting. I am going to get us over to another pal of mine that is also playing a game and streaming, and then we will resume here where we're leaving off right now, probably in a day or two. I don't know if I'll be playing tomorrow, but probably Thursday for sure. Again, thank you so much, and if you're catching this as a rerun or on YouTube, please hit that follow if it's on Twitch, and hit that like and subscribe on YouTube, and you'll be alerted to when I am either live or post more content. And I am also, as a side note, sponsoring the Trevor Project. It is a very worthy cause. If you have the means to do so, I do request that you donate if you can. It is a very worthy cause. And the money goes straight to the Trevor Project. Twitch doesn't even see it. So thank you all so much, and give me a moment while I set up the raid. Alright, thanks again. I will see you all in a couple days. Good morning, and actually I should say good afternoon since it is actually after 2 o'clock. I will be continuing on with the Ultima Thule quest line, and should probably hopefully finish it today. So let's see how it goes. Amidst the sadness of Alphino's countenance, there is a newfound determination. That crystalline path, Graha has paved it for us.
Loki_TPA is now live. Streaming Final Fantasy XIV Online, FFXIV Endwalker Ultima Thule MSQ wrap-up Trevor Project charity stream.
Difficult as it is, we must carry on, for our friends and all who await us in faith. So come, let us seek the path's beginning. It appears to be near the outpost. Up the map so we can see where we're going. Floor has way too many holes in it. Here we go. Look, Loki. Ugh. Look, Loki, a portal has opened. It will surely deliver us true. It must. We better. We've only got 2 companions left that could possibly sacrifice themselves. Well, here's where the path begins, and it ascends to dizzying heights. Let us make our way, one sure step at a time. Our friends got us there, this far. Their courage, their strength, their wisdom, their love. We owe it to them to continue, no matter how long it takes. Alphino and Alice are now accompanying us. Keep them at our side in order to proceed with quest objective. Blah blah blah. I love the background. So beautiful. If only it wasn't such a sad zone. Oh, we are going up high. Oh wow, look at this view. Absolutely amazing. They've definitely outdid themselves with this.
Heath Loki niche of one heart.
Hey Angel, how you doing today?
Doing good, how about you?
Doing pretty good. Had lunch, now I'm playing some Final Fantasy. Couldn't be better. I'm loving the music of this zone. That's for sure.
I have ads again.
Unfortunately, oh, I see what you're saying.
We'll be back after the 4 ads.
Oh, good grief.
Aliso 14 RAR 1 Aliso 14 RAR 1 Aliso 14 RAR 1 Aliso 14 RAR 1 Aliso 14 RAR 1.
Hey Alice, how are you doing today? Right, this is almost...
I'm back from the ads, rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing.
Yeah, unfortunately there's nothing I can do about the ads. I wish there were. At one point we could turn them off and not make our viewers watch ads, but then they changed that. Now the ads are automatic and the only way to get rid of them is to subscribe to the channel, fortunately. Hey, normal.
What were you gonna say? And it's fine, it's Pep Hard.
Oh, I was just saying that the music for this zone, I'm absolutely loving it. Normal. Not unlike many cities we know, but it's deathly quiet. Mayhap the inhabitants are within the buildings, or invisible to our senses. Wrong on both counts. There's simply no one here. Medion. You brat. Lame. This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star which once pulsed with another star which once pulsed with life, but no longer. How it ended? I do not know. Invasion, sickness, suicide, none can say. None live to speak for the dead. They are gone. Gone. Search all you like, but you'll only end up turning back. There is no one here, and neither should there be an emotion to bar our way. Yet Medion seems convinced we'll turn back. What riddle is this? If Alice is discouraged, she betrays no hint of it. Whatever Medion may have said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We need to have a look around. Indeed, at the very least, it doesn't appear to be a sprawling place like those before. If we split up, it shouldn't take too long to cover the area. I think I have all the Aether currents for this. I do. Now I just need all the quest ones. They are. Look around. Anything? There doesn't appear to be anyone here. Perhaps you could try calling out. Hello. And no answer. If anyone has heard you, they do not respond. Ugh, 6 of these points? Boring. Were it not for the thick layer of dust, one could imagine someone drinking from these cups but moments ago. Alright. The object resembles a tree and appears to have been fashioned from a stone-like material. Erected in place of an actual tree, or to serve some other purpose, perhaps. Regardless, there is no one left to explain, to tell the story. A light. Yeah, we'll go with light. It's a light, it's not a tree. This place is reminiscent of a bar, but neither patrons nor staff are anywhere to be seen. Egg-shaped containers line the shelves, with a loose few sitting on the counter. Vessels for the beverages in all likelihood. Venue bustling with activity until it was not. Alright, more spots to go find over there. In the distance, you glimpse Alice picking her way through the ruins, but otherwise find no sign of life. You can hear me, say something. Your call echoes faintly before being swallowed by the silence. I wonder if they're phased. That's why we can't see anyone. Though set slightly off the ground, this appears to be a door, while the objects to the left could be letterboxes. The door is rusted shut, and the film of dust all over suggests no one has come through in a long time. Maybe it's an apartment building. Word. Although that seems like it would be awfully cramped for that many letterboxes. Unless they were small, like Lalafell's. Then they could fit. Loki, take a look at this. If the road was a little longer, we could take it to just beneath the dead sun. But I suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Did you find anything of interest? Nope. I see. I noticed the same things. Cups left up on tables, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened here, but I do know I don't want to be alone anymore. We've searched enough for now. Let's find Alphino and compare what we've learned. Ah, he's all the way on the other side. I love Final Fantasy for the not being able to fall off of places where it would kill you, but at the same time, I kind of miss it also from other games. Sometimes you just want to leap and look.
Did you find anything?
Oh, nothing.
No, this place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteion seen.
Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin.
Meteion herself, I bet.
And I believe that together, Alize and I can overcome their will.
Oh. Here we go, losing these two. No, I won't allow it. Or I promised your parents I'd keep you safe. Or stop. Not another word. No, I will not allow it. Angry little
I'm afraid
hobbit.
it has to be done. For our comrades, for everyone on Aetheris, and for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you. The last. You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much. to ask of anyone, even him. Why must he be the one? Why must he fight alone? More than a hero, he's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet... And yet...
Alize, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave him a new one. For instance, a path where he finds happiness at Journey's End.
Right, how could anyone be happy after losing all of their friends?
This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you. What are you?
If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters. As did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear? I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift. To spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Atheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger. We rise, fall, and rise again.
Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
He's an angry little potato now. Earlier in Old Charlian, however you want to say it.
Please. Please. Oh, please let them all be safe. Cryle? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache.
That was more than just a headache. Better warn them.
Fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry. An associate of the Scions. He wishes to speak with you at once.
Ugh, he knows. Recognize those steps. What do you possibly want? In this city devoid of life, you sense the presence of another. The sorrow of 1,000 worlds weighs heavy, yet you can walk on.
If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you.
Do not despair. You are not without allies.
That Papa Lima? Kinda sounded like him.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
That Monbrita? Oh, I somewhat recognize some of these voices.
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
That was.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
And we for our part are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Save your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
Really wish they would have put the names on these.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
A future shaped by the choices we made in ways we could never have foreseen.
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home.
Master Matoya, I think?
I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
Nidhogg, maybe? One of the other dragons for sure.
Look to the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Not sure who that was.
Let's finish this.
That sounds like Estinian. Time for the throwdown, bird girl.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest. I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled. Whose prayers were unheard. Whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Atheris. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You have suffered enough.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with
That's why it's too soon for this to end.
There are so many people in the world.
You must triumph.
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
I am ever grateful. I came to appreciate most of our stars is that there remains so much we do not know.
After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
And Godspeed.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
I won't forsake our cause, or I'll reach you, I'll find a way. I won't forsake our cause. Ooh, Hythlodaeus Zelk. See what these two are gonna do.
I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
Oh, like we don't know who that is.
Gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all. I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls.
Question marks for the names were
I
silly.
won't say no to a bit part.
We knew exactly who they were.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not. We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make...
Oh, I cut that off a little too soon. Sorry.
you will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Aetheris, past and present.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
Meteor, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair. In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
Hey, we're getting them back.
May you ever walk in the light.
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
You'll find a way regardless.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Aetheris.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Really a sacrifice, though, if you thought you could come back.
Come, my friends.
More like a gamble.
Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
It's over, Medion, or come with us, Medion? Come with us. Let's show a little compassion.
Can you hear me? The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
The way is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
You're leaving?
Of course. The Encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Heideling's magic. But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play. Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World, the sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles? What about Mericidia, the southern continent? Do you know aught of its present state of affairs?
These future expansion ideas?
I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you. As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Mm-hmm. So I shall.
I certainly did.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Oh, don't be that way.
First time we've seen him smile? I don't think I ever knew what to say to the man. In retrospect, it always felt like the wrong thing. But the past notwithstanding, he came to your aid in your moment of need. We are here, and we will not squander this chance he has given us. We will see this tale to a triumphant conclusion and bid the final curtain fall. Let's do it. Scions of the Seventh Dawn stand ready for the finale. Yes. Are you ready? And let us set forth for the reckoning. Having come this far, I know everyone's resolve is beyond doubt, so I will say only this. Within that dead sun swirls the emotions that Medion has hoarded, the emotions of innumerable souls who strove for happiness but failed. As it was with the denizens of Ultima Thule that barred our way, it is not for us to rebuke and admonish. It was not by passing judgment of the tragic legacies of the others that we arrived at this moment. Rather, it was by opening our hearts to their despair, by understanding and acknowledging their fates while still refusing to share them ourselves, to hold fast to hope, not in ignorance but by choice. Should you struggle to do so, I am here to help, as you have all helped me. We will prevail. Everyone's going home today, understood? Or let's put an end to the end. Let's put an end to the end. Medion being an empath, I think it would be very hard to say how someone would react to whole planet's emotions of wanting to just fade away. It would have to be rough for anyone. And well, we just walk in. The dead end's now accessible. Dungeon, or is it a trial? What is this? Oh, it's a dungeon. I got my class geared, so I should be geared well enough for this. So let's U48. Love the healer queue, it's always so fast. And I'm wearing my shirt for later for when I play 7 Days to Die. It says, "Zombies eat brains. Don't worry, you're safe." For my other teammates that will be playing. Because none of us are going to be safe.
So you are finally here, in this place between death and rebirth, where life knows no dawn. Come then. Follow me down into the darkest depths of despair.
They're blue. They're not black.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star that fell to pestilence and rotted inside and out. The more its people clung to life, the more they suffered. Hey Johnny, how's it going? Until they curse not the illness, but their fellow corrupted.
This is, I'm not sure how long you've been watching, but this is a dungeon that is towards the end of the story, I think. Called the Dead End. It's a level 90 dungeon, so I'll see.
I just popped in.
Oh, you missed the part of the story where I got all my companions back.
I missed yesterday too. Sad face.
I did not play yesterday. Well, not this anyway. I played 7 Days to Die with some friends, and let's just say the Twitch add-on for that game.
Oh well,
is...
JK then, haha.
The Mischief Maker add-on for that game is just downright evil. It allows your viewers to spawn in zombies and all sorts of nasty surprises. But it also has helpful items as well. Kind of works out. But yeah, we've been having fun. It's a zombie survival game.
Those who lived.
Probably will be playing that later tonight.
Those who died and decayed.
I think this is the last MSQ dungeon.
And the very last of them wish they had never been born at all. In a faraway place, a brilliant star eradicated disease. Before destroying the self-same lives it had saved. Its people sought ever greater freedoms no matter the cost. They tried to buy peace with fire and steel.
If you're just tuning in, I am doing the Endwalker storyline. I am doing the dungeon called the Dead Ends, which I think is the last MSQ dungeon I am going to have, since we are working on Ultima Thule. So we made it to the top of the walk. We've already down to the first boss. We're heading towards the second one if you're not familiar with the dungeon. Oh, that shield did not do much. Stay bright with splat. There's nothing I can do about that. Sorry. And now the dancer went splat. Stop following me, idiot.
And when one asked, what is the point? There were none left to answer.
Ooh, this is
Father
pretty.
still existed a star without strife. Where none remembered life's triumphs or its joys. What its people had gained from ease, they lost at action.
Those are pretty cool looking.
What, the monsters or the spells? The monsters are definitely different. They look like they're trees. Yeah. I don't think they've used that model before.
The tree monsters, LOL.
I really like the sage spells too. They're very flashy. Uh-oh. Boss fight. Ooh, that's pretty. That kind of looks like my ending screen tree. He's gonna smoosh them all. butterflies? Death by butterflies.
Yeviari. The spell animations are nice because even though I don't know what exactly they're doing, I can def tell you're throwing some ally shit out, haha.
Indeed. Yeah, I like Sage because I liked the shield healing of Astrologian, and this definitely has that feeling to it.
Most gentle of beasts.
And then I also heal a little bit when I actually do DPS too, so kind of gives incentive for that.
Its steps were light, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful.
Following the group.
Bathed in its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
A lot of my heals are instant too for some of the AoE stuff, which is nice. Gonna start spamming at AoE damage. And he's gonna go die. Something tells me this isn't the end though, because we didn't actually fight Midian or her sisters, so just another part of the story then? Looks that way. Oh, we get a minion. On to the rest of the story. Oh, I got 2 comms. That was nice.
That you still stand. Your determination defies all reason. The souls within me writhe and recoil in your presence. What must I do? What pain must I visit upon you to make you surrender to despair?
Good luck with that.
The fuck is that?
No one is unbreakable. What pains one may weather may bring another to tears. But therein lies our strength. For when we fall, our brothers and sisters are there to raise us up again and again without end.
Called a potato.
You disgust. Steve Green used 19 bits to play a piece of you disgust me. At Steve Green Ginger 488 LUL Ginger 488 LUL Ginger 488 LUL.
So shall sing until life ceases to be.
Blasphemer. A potato?
Yeah, Lalafels are referred to as potatoes most of the time. Did you not know this? Big black blob.
Oh, shut up.
Seven hells.
Disgusting.
On your guard.
The rage. It rises. Rises.
Where's her body? Like,
Johnny Gaines just subscribed PogChamp.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Johnny Gaines. My dog appreciates that. He's always saying how he's starving to death and that we never feed him, so he takes my subs and, you know, buys dog food with that and treats.
Enjoy the gifted sub. Smiley face.
Oh, well, thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. It doesn't tell me that it was gifted. It just says that he. It says that he subscribed. So, thank you, Steve.
At Steve Green, thank you.
Yeah, enjoy the no commercials, Johnny. Wow, she is fucking people's shit up.
We die in suffering. Who are you to
No
live?
more ads.
Who are you to hope?
Hold on, my friends.
Oh shit, she's gonna hit him with a planet.
Steve Green used 19 bits to play a moan bark fart.
Alphino.
We cannot comprehend. We cannot know. We cannot know.
Don't, please! Don't do this to them! To yourself!
Just one good strike.
Stop! Please stop!
If your dog can eat for a month off 15 subs, your dog is very small. Ginger 488 LUL.
He is only about 25 pounds. So yeah, he's not expensive to feed anyway.
No, you don't.
What kind of dog?
He is a Manchester Terrier. So think Doberman Pinscher, but about 20
I should
pounds.
start a Twitch channel to support Post Food.
You should. He's a beefy little boy.
All awash in ice, a frozen waste, forever silent.
Oh shit, she's gonna hit us with a planet. Again.
Oh, that's interesting. I hadn't ever seen one of those.
Now I'm all alone, face the big bad, with no body. He's just a head with
You
wings.
gifted them escape and rendered yourself powerless. Bereft of the synergy you claim is your strength. Unless you mean to call upon the dead once more.
I don't think I can.
Defiant to the last, but you will be one with us ere long. You will be battered and torn and made to crawl. You will weep and wail and curse your impotence. Curse your life as it fades.
No. No.
As we did. As we died. Such pain and sorrow we felt. Such anguish and rage. We tried. We tried. But it was no use. Only when we surrendered did we find release. Only when we embraced death.
AKA, you gave up.
So join us in
Stupid meaty
despair
iron. Ugh.
and embrace yours.
I don't think the Medion is part of this creature. I think she's trying to get them to stop. So this is all her sisters. She was flying around a minute ago, telling them to stop.
They're all meaty iron.
My ultimatum. What is happening?
As ultimatums tend to go, they fail. Who's this then? That's
And then this
Shinryu.
Joker.
At the end of everything, I find you, my friend. I sought something in you once, as you did in me.
Still delusional, I see. I don't think we ever saw anything
Stage
out
5
of him.
Klinger.
When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Sharlayan to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift.
At Stever Green Ginger 488 LUL.
In exchange for lending the Scions my aid, I was given the means to come hither. Gorging upon what remained of the Mother Crystal, I reclaimed the form of the dragon. And, hungry still for our reunion, I rode the light of the stars to you. I take it this is your prey.
Hey, finally a fight Xenos might actually enjoy.
But why does it still live? Surely it is no match for you. I assumed you would be above something so banal as despair. unsacred.
I don't want your help, or if it comes to it, I won't save you.
Is your potato wearing the Fat Cat attire?
It is. Absolutely is. The only way to make him presentable, make him look like a little fat cat. If it comes to it, I won't save you.
Gross.
I can't.
Cryo wannabe.
What I desire of you isn't succor. It is satisfaction.
No, Cryal's outfit is available.
Dispense with this distraction, you and I.
FYI, at Joni Gaines I am at Loki_TPAS troll.
Yeah, especially in games where I have things active where he can interfere with the game.
Silence our song of oblivion.
Everyone needs a good troll/shit talker. Laughing face.
If you're on later, Steve, planning on playing 7 Days to Die at about 7 o'clock Eastern, I think. So feel free to join me. All right, let's end this once and for all.
We're one another's troll/shit talkers. It's nice symbiotic, almost.
Also, not to mention, back to the 15 subs, the reason why I have my goal at 15 for the moment is because at 15 I unlock another regular emote and another animated emote for my viewers. So that's another reason for the
Good to know,
15
Reed.
goal.
The other game. I might be heading out tonight, but we'll holler if I'm around.
Please do. I think it would be fun for you to watch and troll us because some of those are quite nasty. Like, you can summon in packs of zombies on top of one of us. You can summon in... You can also do good things. You can summon in, like, items and medicine and stuff like that, too. So, it's a very interesting extension that can both help and hinder. You can give us buffs. You can give us debuffs. You can give us all kinds of things. A lot of them are not welcome.
I'll spoil Chaos and Dizzy, and I'll... Well, you know what I'll do to you.
Yep, I already know what you're gonna do. Wave after wave after wave after wave of zombies. Oh, I'm kind of surprised that this queue is taking so long. I'm a healer. Come on, peeps. You know, I just noticed I'm actually on Shinryu's back here. I've never noticed that until just now. I thought it was just a staging area platform.
Shinryu?
Yeah, it was at the end of Stormblood. It was one of the trials where you had to fight Shinryu on top of the Doma Castle, I think it was. Xenos.
That's Xenos, baby.
Yeah, he was in Shinryu's form. Do we need to do the trial later to give you a refresher?
Still Xenos, LOL.
Yeah, it is. You know what? Be quiet. So would you.
That better be a can of water, Loki.
Yep, it's a can of water. Totally. I've been cutting back on soda, and so I will have to drink a caffeine every once in a while until I completely break it. I had 2 of my
Look
Yeti
at your
cups of
age.
water. I love that emote. It's probably one of my favorites. Wow, this queue is taking forever. Like, seriously. I don't think I got any gear I can...
Yeah, kinda surprised at this queue.
Normally the healer queue is just like a few minutes at the most. I think the longest healer queue I've ever had to sit through was like maybe 2 minutes? Maybe? But it is for a trial, so that tends to take a little bit longer. I'm not doing a roulette. Can I jump off? That would be funny. Oh, we got a DPS now in queue with us. There it goes. Finally. That took way too long. For anyone that might just be turning in, we are doing the trial to kill the End Singer. I think that's what she was called. Which I think is towards the end of, or if not the very end of the MSQ for Endwalker. For this part of the story, anyway.
You will never reach it. Will never reach the deliverance you seek.
Ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die.
Oh, we made it in.
Yep, made it in. She's gonna try to hit us with those planets, isn't she? Yep. Don't have to tell me to move twice.
This trial is wild.
Your suffering is at an end.
Yeah, definitely a lot to watch out for sure.
This is a kindness.
Ah! Like, stop following me.
All of us have known despair. We have seen the end. The same end. Again and again.
This fight doesn't seem that bad. Now that I got an idea of what to expect, maybe? And just when I say that, there's something new happening. Everyone hug. Jesus Christ.
If there is no happiness in life,
now what?
there is only one place it may be found. Oblivion. Dynamis.
Wait, did she just get health back?
You only delay the inevitable.
No.
Holy shit.
This is fate.
What, Steve?
Quite the heal check.
Yeah, it is. And I even had everyone shielded. Oh wait, you gonna do this shit again? I call bullshit.
Your time has come. It always does.
Wow, we didn't have a limit break to stop that one. That's kind of... I thought we'd wiped.
No. The hatred, the pain, the loss. We cannot suffer it again.
We will stand against fate.
No matter the cost.
We've been here before. Many a time.
Thus do we know.
To never give up. The hope will shine again.
What we saw. What I saw. This can only end in misery and desolation.
Did we actually get it this time?
Was not the answer. Then what is
GG.
Where lies happiness?
I have no doubt when this trial first came out it was a nightmare to do though. I luckily had a group of experienced people to do the trial with. I don't think anyone died. Oh, they left me all alone. I only got one comm. Boo. Shinryu / Xenos flying in the dark, dropping me off like a potatoes.
Alright, have a great rest of the stream.
Yeah, Steve. Hopefully I'll see you on later tonight.
Nice to meet you at Joni Gaines. Enjoy the sub. At Steve or Green, have a good one. Thanks again.
Yeah, thank you again for the sub, Steve.
No matter where we flew, there was only darkness and loneliness and pain.
I mean, can we go back in time again and just beat Hermes for making an empathic traveler? Like,
We couldn't find the answers Hermes yearned for,
always his fault.
the answers he deserved. Greetings, you who are my final encounter. I wish to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends? Yes, I can see them. The memories of a long, long journey. So many people. The thoughts of them overflowing in your heart. What they live for. What gives their lives meaning. There was never a single answer. You gather pieces of happiness, precious and fragile, only to lose them. Then start again. On and on it goes, until death takes you into its gentle embrace.
Such is life.
That which Hermes sent us to find was there all this time, on Atheris.
It wasn't always there, or we created it.
Like a field of flowers, perhaps. At first a single blossom, it spreads and takes on more colors. Thank you for guiding me here. To find these words at journey's end fills me with joy.
Gonna turn blue again, or should just stay black?
Before I fall forever silent, there is one thing I must do. No expression of regret will undo what my sisters and I have done, or restore what we have stolen. But if you would allow it, I would sing one last song. A song of the newfound joy that swells in my heart. Of the beauty of light when it shines across a dark and starless sea. Of a dream that from the soil of worlds now lost to sorrow, life will spring forth once more, nourished by gentle rains and caressed by uplifting winds. A song of hope.
Oh, she is blue again.
One day, life will fill the universe again, and Hermes will see this and smile. How, I do not know. But I do know that where there is a will, there is a way. all. Miracles happen every day, do they not? I will create a path back to your ship, where your dear friends await. Hold in your heart your desire to return to them, then follow my lead and walk forth. That hope will surely guide you true.
You mean to return to the world where you are hailed as a hero.
Ugh, not this guy again.
Hear me then. Not as a hero, but as simply you. As I learned in Alamigo, you are a formidable foe. Stronger than any I have faced. Against you, I need bring my all to bear. I need burn through the candle of my life. This is the sole pleasure I know. And it is the sole pleasure I have to share. And so I come before you to issue challenge and offer singular bliss. If you wish to walk away, I will not stop you. You value life. You do not burn yours save for reasons you deem worthy. Reasons such as those which brought you here. The salvation of a world and its people. The motives of a hero true. But there is more to you than that. You know this to be true. As surely as you know the thrill of pushing your body and soul to their limits. Of confronting ever mightier foes, dancing ever closer to the precipice, wondering if this will be the one to finally fill the void. Such pleasures you seek for their own sake, and no other reason. Is this not so, adventurer?
He finally did monologuing. Ooh, that I can't deny. Think what you will, but I'm not letting you leave this place.
Had you tabbed since you started streaming. Sorry for not saying hello. Hope you are well and gotta run.
Hey Chaos, I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for the tab. And I am doing good. Hope your day has been a good one as well. Or, third option, I've had enough of you, it ends here. You know what, I've had enough of him. Gonna end here. Let's beat his butt. Look at that stank face. Yep, it's time. Xenos is going down.
Ha! Finally mustered the desire to kill me, have you? Go on then. Try and strike me down in this forsaken place. I shall return the favor. I Let us indulge in the only worthwhile pursuit and burn our lives to their end.
He got you outsized by a fair bit. Laughing face.
I know, this is gonna be funny. I'm gonna go bite his ankles or something. When potatoes attack.
Tie his shoestrings together.
Look at the size difference. Oh, this is gonna be hilarious. Oh yes, so let's do this. Do this thing. Music is amazing though. I'm loving this. My character is not intimidating at all. The item level has been synced to 550, while synced all item sets are blah blah blah.
Hold nothing back. Push yourself to your limit and me to mine. Still fighting you, I see. Show me your vaunted fortitude.
Good grief, I can't imagine doing this on a DPS class.
Soon you will know the full extent of my power. Mine for the taking.
Oh!
Mine for the taking.
He almost got me there. Oh, you know what? I should put this on myself. That'll help.
A test of your reflexes.
Good grief.
A test of your reflexes. Mine for the taking.
Oh.
A test of your reflexes.
Wow, he's being a utter dick.
A test of your reflexes. Mine for the taking. Mine for the taking.
Oh, looks like I have a really good chance of beating him at least. I mean, not that I'm surprised. I've got 6 stacks of this buff.
A test of your reflexes. A test of your reflexes. Mine for the taking.
Nah, I don't think so. Oh, he's out of health. Let's see what happens now.
Soul, how it burns. I know it. The inferno swelling within you.
You're cheating.
Let all creation be consumed by our ravenous fervor.
Oh.
I have you. Do not tell me your life's fire is already spent. Yes, yes! Rise once more! It mustn't end yet! A test of your reflexes! I have you! A test of your reflexes!
And if I have to do this fight 5 more times, I'm going to be so annoyed.
Show me your vaunted fortitude.
Oh shit.
Mine for the taking! I have you! Mine for the taking!
Nope.
Mine for the taking! I have you! A test of your reflexes!
Oof, I barely got out of that one.
Show me your vaunted fortitude! Mine for the taking! I have you! Mine for the taking! Mine for the taking!
Come on, be down. We're good. I don't have to do this again.
No, not yet. Not until the last of me is spent.
Oh, good grief.
Now fall. This is my moment. Our moment.
Life or death comes to a button match.
Oh, uppercut. Ooh. This is somewhat satisfying. Did he just kick me? And yes, life or death just came to a button mash.
LMAO little man packs a punch. Dude just kicked you across the yard like a ball.
I know he did. This is so hilarious to watch. Because my character is so small compared to him.
That fight is comical with the tiny race lol.
Yes, it is. It is indeed. Am I finally done with Xenos forever now? Oh, let's hope.
That I should lose again. How disappointing.
I just noticed the paw print on the gloves. That outfit is just too cute.
Never have I understood those around me. Understood their obsessions. Besieged by their banality, the world is a mire of tedium and trivialities. But in these fleeting moments, there is a spark, blinding, brilliant, gone too soon. What of you, my mirror? Born into this world, bestowed name, bid to seek out strife and adventure. Was this life a gift or a burden?
A gift, of course. Duh.
Did you find fulfillment?
That's the thing I'm going to have to say I don't like about this game sometimes, is it makes you feel bad for the bad guy. Like, how can you not have sympathy for him? Here at the end. Up until this point, though, he's been a complete and utter dick, and I hated him.
Well, when you think about him kicking you across the yard. It's all erased, haha.
No, it's not all erased, but I don't know, it's just... No, it's hard to explain. His motives were, let's just say his way of going about wanting to do what he wanted to do was just very bad. But now that he's dead, it's just somewhat sympathetic and compassionate about, I guess.
Please.
Someone, and
Please.
That's probably Alice A. He's an emotional wreck. Yep.
not like this. If you do, I'll never forgive you. So come on, open your eyes and get up.
Got the crap kicked out of me. Let me rest.
Are you with us?
And what a story. This MSQ, I would have to say, has been my favorite. Shadowbringers being a close second.
Thank the heavens. For a moment we thought...
Is everyone alright? The only option. Am I alive? It's like, duh.
You're the last person to be asking that. You... How can you keep your promise if you're not here?
Saving the world kind of trumps a promise of taking you to see places.
Another fine show you've put on, my friend.
A fine show indeed. What were you thinking? Fighting alone? Never do that again. My poor heart couldn't bear it.
Put yourself in our place. If you hadn't returned, how do you think we would feel? And if that sounds harsh, it's because we care.
We tended to thy wounds as best we could, but how is the pain? That is gladdening. Grievous as thine injuries were, however, I would counsel repose for a time.
Gladdening! There's nothing gladdening about this.
Ugh. Teenagers and their drama.
When Meteon appeared in here and told us that you were right behind her, we all got our hopes up. But you never came. And when you finally deigned to appear, you're within an ilm of your life. Damn you! Damn you for making us worry!
Oh, those were cries of celebration! Anyway, well, the important thing is that you're all alive and in reasonably good health, and we mean to get you back that way. As for your earlier request,
Haha, teens are dramatic.
I'm quite certain we're in range
Indeed
to
they
make
are.
contact now.
Ah, excellent. Let us announce our return at once. I hope you're ready.
While you were unconscious, we set out from Ultima Thule, you see. Can you stand? If so, you may wish to see what's outside. We're home, my friend. We're home.
Those are chemtrails for poisoning the populations. Totally. You know, we only traveled all that way to save everyone on the planet just to come back and poison them. Like, how long did that supposedly take us? Because everyone has been standing outside waiting, watching the sky. Like, were we kind of an hour? 2 hours? Because, yeah. We've been waiting there a while. Would be my guess.
It is! It's the Ragnarok! They're back!
Thank heavens.
Truly.
They've done it!
Welcome home!
Yes!
Now maybe you can stop being a dick to your children and everyone else. Bank face.
Welcome home, everyone!
How does she know everyone's on the ship? It could be just one person returning with bad news. Alright, I know I am scheduled to go for another hour, but I did not expect to get through the MSQ for Ultima Thule so quickly.
Look at P-Hype, look at P-Hype, look at P-Hype.
I know, Johnny, so exciting. I will go ahead and get us over to a friend of mine that is streaming. And you guys in the mood for something spoopy? Let's get you over to Phasmophobia. That seems like a good choice. Alright, thank you again for watching, and if you are catching this as a rerun and would like to see me live, hit that follow button. If you are watching me on YouTube, hit that like and subscribe, and you'll be notified when I post more videos. And if you are wanting... Thanks, Johnny, you too. And if you want to see me later this evening playing 7 Days to Die with some of my teammates, feel free to catch us tonight. And I will have Mischief Maker active, which is a add-on for Twitch that allows you to summon in zombies and also drop us in some supplies, some goodies, and all that. So yeah, feel free to check us out later. Alright, and thank you so much again for watching.